Welcome to Bunny Café. It's brought to you by Glory. Woo! I don't know why I was like that. I did.
Yeah, I was like, what's happening here? Nothing?
Nothing's happening. I'm also distracted. That's the name of the stream. We might do things.
Yes. We'll do things. There will be a bagel soon. Probably during the first sprint. There, I got my eye on a sesame bagel.
Ooh. Welcome to our chaos. Special thanks to Project Shadow for the use of the song Pink.
It is extra chaos.
Yeah, it is. I literally named it Will There Be Chaos? Of course.
Of course.
You'd be wondering where you were if there wasn't.
So
all the chaos, all day.
I was FaceTiming my sister, one of my sisters today,
Mm-hmm.
that has 2 kids. It was so nice to just hang out with them over the phone, over FaceTime. Like, he was showing off his little Halloween costume that my sister had been sewing for him.
Oh.
He is Proto Man. Nobody knows who that is.
Well, I feel reassured that I'm doing fine then.
Yeah. Yeah. It was so fun, like, watching my sister cook a shepherd's pie from scratch,
Mm-hmm.
and my niece just, like, stuck on her front, and the niece would take the phone, and so I got a shaky cam. And then my sister was reading a book to her son, and so I got story time.
Nice.
Oh.
Story time is nice.
I always enjoy being read to. It's one of my main happinesses in life.
So my dad has told me, he's like, I miss you living at home because you used to read aloud to me. Because, like, in part, like, my dad loves reading and stuff, but my dad has really bad dyslexia to the point where it causes headaches.
Mm.
Yep.
And so, like, it literally hurts him to read.
Yeah.
And, like, he has bad eyesight up close.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's a double whammy on him. So, like, he really enjoys that my stepmom has Audible. But it's like, but it's also not the same as my kid reading to me.
Yeah.
And he didn't care what I read. I could read from a textbook. And he'd be like, I like this.
So, whenever I'm feeling down, usually my sister will read to me over the phone, the other sister.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll read Harry Potter with accents. And then one night that was really bad, she just started reading me Pride and Prejudice. And then Mom was reading me Artemis Fowl again. It's like, you guys are the best.
That's just so cute.
We grew up going to, like, midnight book openings, like, premieres. So we go at the bookstore and get the books. And then we'd all pile on my parents' bed. And my mom would crack open the book, the brand spanking new book, and start reading to all of us so we could all get it at the same time. But then she would read ahead after she sent us all to bed. Cheater!
She got to make sure it's okay.
Well, she did that with the second Harry Potter book, because
Yeah, it starts getting kind of violent.
the voices in the wall telling you to kill? Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it gets serious pretty quickly.
My mom never censored what I read, but she couldn't keep up with my reading habits, so she just kind of gave up. But she let me read the Sherlock Holmes series when I was in the second grade, probably, and the Case of the Speckled Band just terrified me so bad that I'm now like deathly afraid of snakes. And I could, for the first few years after reading that, I never would got any proper sleep because I was just afraid that the snake would come out of the vent and come kill me.
Oh no.
I still get eked out at the vent above my bed. It's like, what's watching me from up there? I'm just waiting to see eyes reflect something up there.
Yeah. And at the time, my sister and I were on bunk beds, so I was on the top bunk because I'm the oldest, and that's where the vent is, like right underneath, like right there. You can like
Touch it.
reach out and touch it. And so that was the end of Sherlock Holmes for me and my desire to be a detective, because I'm like, no. Because as a kid, I had wanted to be a detective and solve all these mysteries. And then no, definitely not.
Sending this off to the render farm.
Woo!
We're almost done with the season. So that's nice.
Nice.
I don't even know when it comes out. So I'll just be working and then be done with the show, start on the next one, and then out of the blue, production would be like, "Look what dropped! This trailer!" It's like, "Oh, that's what that show was." It's just like, I recognized the person, but I didn't know what the show was. Like, I don't know.
That's pretty interesting that, like, you don't always know what you're working on. Ooh, thank you. I need a bigger desk so I can eat food on it and do work at the same time.
I concur. You definitely need a bigger desk.
I'm gonna need a smaller desk if we move into the smaller apartment place. I'm gonna have to downsize, but I don't know how. Downsizing is not one of my skills. Up, like getting more stuff, yeah, that I can do. I have a wedding dress I need to figure out how to get rid of. And some other junk.
Are there any consignment shops near you?
None that really that would take a wedding dress that I saw. Like, I was looking for places down here that would take a wedding dress, but also my dress is so old that most places don't want to take it.
Well, a lot of people take them for Halloween costumes.
Yeah. Ooh, pretty.
What do we think?
I like it.
Okay. Hello, Spence.
Oh, I don't even
Hello,
have.
Spence.
I have the back the brand stuff open, not the comments open.
Caught up.
Laura's just among the leaves.
Oh, darn it.
There you go.
I can't figure out what these two are. Where they line up in the notes.
What are they?
White tea and cherry blossom.
Cherry blossom is usually more of a high note, depending on the interpretation.
So,
And white tea can be a high note or be musky.
then I'll put that like that. I have it kind of like laid out where they line up on the scale. I have like the top notes, the middle notes, and the base notes. Oh, that's nice, Spence.
What's Spence say?
Mentally unlocked a forgotten, really useful writing skill. That means I have the ability to do the writing thing again.
Yay.
Woo.
What do we think of this color?
Nice.
I thought I looked
Oh.
up what, for a little autumny.
It took me way longer than it should have to register what color you were talking about. This color.
Sorry.
When I am hyper focused on one thing, y'all gotta tell me what I'm looking at. Like, I initially was like, did you change the color of some of the leaves?
Yep. Definitely.
So what did I have for lunch? I had 2 hash brown patties.
Mm.
Did you have a protein?
I had a little bit of corn.
That is not a protein. That is another carb.
Yeah, no, that's it. I had 2
No cheese? Didn't have cheese or anything? Or egg? Do you have cheese slices or cheese sticks in the, refrigerator?
I don't know if they're not moldy or not.
Oh, you and me both, honey. So I found that it doesn't take much protein to stabilize my blood sugar, but it does take some. But we're literally talking like 4 to 6 grams of protein is all it takes. Like, what you get in one mozzarella cheese stick. Those, the pulled
String cheese.
That's the word. Pulled cheese.
I mean, technically, it is cheese you pull.
It's cheese you
Pull
pull.
over a monster and go home.
Yeah, that is how I eat it. Tom calls me a psycho. But it's like, I don't want my fingers smelling of cheese in the middle of the night, okay?
Spence says, I finally understood the solution to the chronically unambitious characters issue and how to make the plots happen problem. It's the same problem, apparently, and now my brain understands.
That's cool. Very cool.
Sometimes, because I don't like, because my nails, like, the cheese will get under my nails.
Yeah.
So I'll use my teeth. That's how I eat string cheese, is I go,
I just take a bite out of it and then with my tongue break it apart.
That's weird.
Talent.
Okay. Look, I get it. But I have reasons, and that's all that matters.
It depends on how hungry I am. Sometimes I will just chomp
I have
on it.
literally
like
I have literally
hungry
gone
person.
and shoved a cheese stick in my mouth.
Hi, Eva.
If I have patience, I will string it and eat it that way.
I'm gonna go check my fridge.
Yes, I agree. I love cheese.
Cheese. Fromage.
Isn't lavender used to relax you and make you sleepy?
Yep. Yep.
My room is literally just.
And if men and male babies are exposed too much, it will increase their breast growth.
I better never have male children then.
Yeah, they found that as a side effect years ago, like more than a decade ago. There was like a class action lawsuit because Johnson and Johnson,
and yet Johnson and Johnson still produces.
But now there's a warning on the label that says do not rub onto male babies because it was making little male babies.
Not very big.
No, it's not very big. It's small. It's teeny tiny print.
Charlie.
Hello.
I just realized I have an hour and a half until I have to do the other meeting, so I can be human for a bit.
Ooh, yay.
Oh, yay.
Yay for humaning.
Woo.
I accidentally made myself extremely sleepy.
Yep.
By making candles.
She relaxed herself.
Let me guess. You were scenting them with lavender, and your entire world is the Little Book of Calm.
I told you stop eating books. I'll keep saying it, y'all. Public service announcement. Quit eating little books.
How else am I supposed to get all the calm in my system?
You gotta be careful. Next thing you know, you could be roasting bees over a tiny fire.
Oh,
You just don't know.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that show again soon. Oh, Dylan Moran.
Yes.
One of the few British comics that has not
Turned out problematic. I know, it's shocking.
It's extremely shocking.
Of like all the Irishmen,
Like
I would have bet would have become problematic. Dylan Moran was like up there top 10.
Especially because his entire shtick is, hi, I am the problematic Irishman in the room.
Right, yeah. And that is how you know it is all just a bit.
And yet somehow.
So some of y'all don't know enough about Black Books to know that I was introduced to Black Books by Tom and my mother because they saw Black Books on PBS, on the local PBS station one night. And both looked at each other and went, oh my God, that is Glory running the video store. And this was while I was still running the video store. And Netflix just started. And I had set up an account to get, like British TV shows mailed to me back when the internet was mailed to people. And so I got Black Books. And of course, with Tom being Tom, he copied it so that I could watch it anytime I wanted. And yes, I had to watch all of these and admit, yeah, that is me. That is me all burnt out at the video store. Just, why do you people keep coming in? But we want to check out movies. Oh, fine. Like, yeah, that was me the last 2 years at the video store. I was so burnt out. I was working, in my defense, I was working like 80 hours a week for years. I was absolutely exhausted and miserable, and I had no social life anymore. I wasn't drinking that heavily, but I was so tired. I was like punch drunk tired. And yeah, so I pretty much would just put my head down and sleep anytime nobody was at the video store. Customers weren't in the video store. So anytime people walked in, I'd like lift my head and go, what? Which just only adds to the whole Dylan Moran bit.
And yet another way, Gloria and I are somehow the same person. I got introduced to Black Books by a friend of mine going, did you know there's a British comedy about you and Brian? And I was like, what? And again, yes, this was the early days of Netflix. And I went on and I got the discs. And I was like, oh my, you're Manny. And oh my.
Yep. I guess that's why Brian and I get along so well.
Our roles have flipped over the years, so that now with the restaurant, he's a little bit more Bernard Black, and I'm a little bit more Manny because I'm not directly engaging with the humans as much.
But like for a while, it very much was that. So there's a scene in one of the episodes where Dylan Moran's character leaves for several hours. And somebody walks in and is like, "Where's the guy?" You know? And Manny says, "Oh, he left for the day." And then this gentleman sticks his head back out the door and says, "It's okay, come in." And
He's gone.
everybody floods in and buys all the books. And so when Dylan Moran's character comes back at the end of the day, it's like, "What happened to the books?" It's like, "I sold them all." No! And now I have to get on the phone before.
Now I have to order more from the place
And
where you order books.
literally, people at the video store hated me so much, like customers hated me, because I did not put up with their crap. And every time they threatened to leave and never come back, I'm like, "There's the door, goodbye." Because the options were Blockbuster, where they charge you like crazy fees for anything. And there was another video store down the road called Wagon Wheel. And those people were a genuine and absolute nightmare. They would, if you were 3 hours late returning your video, they would send sheriff's deputies to your house. No kidding. We have ads, by the way. So it's like, I know what the competition is, and we're the best thing in town. If you don't like the fact that I'm not taking your crap, you can leave. Don't ever come back. I won't miss you. So like when people were racist to my clerks, I banned them. When people were sexist to my clerks, I banned them. When they were homophobic to my not out of the closet clerks, I banned them. And like you could be grounded, which meant you're grounded for whatever I say, like a week, a month, 6 months, and then I'll review. Maybe you can like have your account back, but on probation. Or you're just banned and you're never allowed to check out anything ever again. You're not allowed, we will not even sell to you. And that's really a problem when we're also the best adult store in the entire south of the state. Like we have the finest selection, we have the best prices, and everything is new and nothing is dusty. You know what I mean? Like I knew what I had and people did not like it. Also, if you steal from me, you're banned. And I'm also sending you to the cops because I have video of it. And I will even go so far if I find out that like you're licensed in some capacity in our state, I will then contact your board to let them know you're a shoplifter. Because nobody steals from me. Them's my rules. So yes, I did get a nurse unlicensed because she literally put dildos down her pants on video and then took apart one of those kits of like, there's like something that requires batteries and then all these things, these like fittings you can put on it to kind of change the shape of it. And she literally emptied the thing out, left the empty box and stuck all of it down her pants. And I had it all on video. And then when we stopped her before she left the building, because we could see it on the monitor, she then denied it and made a big huff and puff. And my clerk, who was the one who was actually dealing with it, I wasn't there that day. My clerk then called the sheriff's deputy who showed up because they always show up quickly to our store because it's going to be a good show. Like, we don't have physically violent customers most of the time. Like nobody's pulling guns, but they are like acting out Karen-y. And I used to work in customer service at a cell phone company. So I have no sympathy for Karens. Like I am not nice to Karens. And like she was totally Karening while she still had things in her pants. And the sheriff's like, "You could either show me what's in your pants or you can get in the cop car and we will then take all your clothes off at the jailhouse. Whatever you want to do. Because the clerk had the box that had been all emptied of everything. Like, she literally did it. I have the video right here. The clerk had already popped it into the other VCR to start recording, double recording, so we could have a copy so the sheriff's deputy could have a copy as evidence immediately. And he's like, oh yeah, they got you. They got a smoking gun on you. You either empty out whatever you have smuggled in your underwear right here, or you're going to the jailhouse and we will totally frisk you there. And then we will also do an orifice check just because I can. And she is like, I'm a nurse, to which my clerk wrote that down. And my clerk's like, could you also get her driver's license real quick? And he's like, sure, I'm going to also need your ID. And because he was a customer, and he's like, sure, let's hear you. What you need to write down. He's like, and the clerk knew how I was and was like, Gloria is going to want to contact the nursing board. So she starts, huh?
Oh yeah, we're currently going through something with a doctor who doesn't understand that she couldn't take our plants home with her. And it's really funny because she's trying to like organize a boycott, and they're like, where are we gonna go?
Yeah.
Plus, if they're saying that you did bad things, you probably did bad things. They're not the kind of people that would make stuff like that.
Her boyfriend, who was a doctor with her at the time, said, just give them the stuff. Maybe they'll drop the charges. So she's like, fine. And she starts emptying out her underwear. Right there in front of God and everyone. This idiot did it on a Friday night. The video store was packed.
Oh, man.
And my clerk hated Karens too and had like, she was an African-American woman. And so had definitely gotten the full brunt of Karens her whole working life. And well, her whole childhood too, I'm sure. Was like, put gloves on. Because I would not let my clerks clean the video store in their bare hands because they might get chemicals on their hands. So of course I had gloves, disposable latex gloves, puts gloves on and starts fitting everything back in the box and going, no, there's more down there. And the deputy's like, do you not know what's in your underwear, ma'am? To which the whole video store is howling. And the deputy's like, what's missing? And he's like, give me some gloves. I'll get it out for her. She's like, I'll get it.
Do you not know what's in your pants? Why are people?
She then said, I have to go outside to reach things. To which the clerk's like, you better go to the deputy. You better go with her so she's not a runner. And he's like, I'll go. Like, I'd feel bad for this woman, except she was stealing. And it's like, nobody's stealing vibrators because they're hungry, okay? You know what I'm saying here? Like stealing a loaf of bread is different from stealing a vibrator and a bunch of fittings. Like, I just don't have sympathy for this woman who then tried to Karen this shit.
There's a whole different kind of thirstiness involved.
Right?
That no, I'm going to make more cheese on toast. I'll be back.
It was an $80 kit. So the deputy comes back with his gloves on with the last two fittings. Fits him in. Okay, that's everything? Are you sure that's everything? Like, oh God, I hope she don't have batteries up her butt. Because it came with 2 batteries.
Which is something you do have to worry about.
Yeah, you do have to because, I mean, what if they anyway. People are dumbasses. So anyhow.
So much.
So my clerk says, because the deputy's like, do you know if your boss is going to want to file charges? And the clerk said, first off, she's banned for life. But second off, if she buys it tonight, I think probably it'll be okay. But this woman did not have 86 something to purchase it. And I guess her doctor boyfriend was like, you're on your own.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, you just have to, set them free. They'll either fall or fall.
Of course, the deputy's like, well, I need to know, like, whether I'm filling out paperwork or not. So that is when my clerk calls me and then explains the whole thing again, to which I can hear every time the clerk says, like, certain things, I can hear people in the background starting to laugh, like, roar laugh. I'm like, are they huddled around the horror section pretending like they're looking through movies? She's like, yes. I was like, then you better speak up so they can hear everything. So she's like, so the deputy's still here. I'm like, oh, okay, what's going on? And he needs to know if you want to press charges. Like, she didn't buy it. And the clerk's like, no, not at all. And her boyfriend wouldn't buy it for her, even though he's apparently a doctor. I was like, oh, then we're definitely pressing charges. Absolutely. Because none of these things can ever be sold again. They've been inside her underwear.
The natural thing that you do.
Right? And she says, she relays it. He's like, I need to speak to your boss. I'm like, And he's like, so you really do want to press charges? I was like, oh, you better believe it. Do you need me to come to the sheriff's department to fill out the form? And he's like, no, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fill out the form in my car right now. And I'm going to leave your copy. And all you need to do is then fax it to the department signed. And that's it. I'm like, oh, that sounds great. No problem. Thank you so much. Well, he's filling out the form. He listed all her information, like on the form, because this is a formal, criminal form. So I made a photo, like I had a copy of it. So you better believe because he literally listed her RN license on this. So you better believe I called the nursing board of the state of Mississippi. And I was like, hi, where is your complaints department? They're like, oh, well, that usually is done through hospitals or clinic. Like, no, you don't understand. I had to explain. They're like, wait, what? And I'm like, and this is to the reception. She's like, oh, I don't know, but I will find out because I too now want to know who you would need to talk to. It's like, and I can actually fax a copy of my complaint form, my criminal complaint form, to the board so they can know. Because here's the thing. I don't think if you're smuggling vibrators that you are necessarily making good judgment in nursing and should be around people's health.
Especially around meds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did not have the $86 to just go ahead and purchase it, so this would not be a criminal thing. And they're like, these are excellent points. And I will be sure to relay this as soon as I find out who, and I will call you back. Because I know my boss will definitely want a copy of this fax. Y'all, it turns out her license was actually a reciprocal license from the state of Alabama, which meant when they got the fax of the criminal complaint, because it was essentially a reciprocal license. So it meant that she didn't go through formal licensing in the state of Mississippi, since she already had a license for a nursing license in Alabama at the time, that Mississippi just gave her a reciprocal license, which meant they then contacted the state of Alabama's nursing board and sent them a copy of the criminal complaint. And apparently the state of Alabama's nursing board took it very seriously and called the phone number listed on her original license, which was her mama's house, and spoke to her grandmama.
Oh, no.
So then they knew. Like, read the criminal file to her grandmama, who was like, I just don't know. And the Mississippi board called me back to tell me about this. So I was prepared when 3 days later, she comes carroting in again, all huffing because we've been broadcasting her business to the world. This is before Facebook. Broadcasted her business to the world, and I'm like, I'm going to stop you right there. Number one, this is my place of business that you have come into and been ugly, and then you stole. So I have absolutely no sympathy for you because nobody is going hungry for lack of vibrators, y'all. Number two, you are shining your ass right now because, again, it is now a Sunday and everybody is here and they are all listening to your business. Number three, here's what actually happened. The cop wrote down your RN licensing number. So I called the nursing board and everything I just told you. I was like, so it was not I who called your grandmama. I would not do that. It was the Alabama Nursing Board because you never updated your phone number on your Alabama license from your mama's house. So it is all on you.
So one lesson you should take from the story is update your phone number.
And don't steal.
Always.
Yes, and also don't steal adult novelty products.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no sense in that. And if you're going to steal, make sure you have enough cash to cover whatever you're trying to steal in case you get caught because you're not smart about this. Like, honestly, we thought about it. It's like she'd been there before and other things had disappeared. And we figured she'd actually been putting things down her pants several times and we hadn't caught it. But it was because she actually opened a kit and popped everything out and put it down her underwear. It was so much easier to see. She had to use the table where the camera was right in front of, which, by the way, had a sign next to it that the camera was on. And that was why. So again, and we know you stole several other dildos before this. So guess what? What sympathy are you expecting? But also, yeah, you know what? Alabama's the one who called your mama and told your grandmama the whole thing. And the grandmama said, oh dear, could you mail us a copy of this? And her mama called her and said, you need to come home. Obviously, you can't work in the state of Mississippi anymore. And you can't work in Alabama anymore. But you need to come home because the pastor wants to have an intervention with you. And that is what she had to go home to in Alabama, was an intervention because the pastor's like, I don't know what you're into, but the devil is with you if you are trying to steal adult products.
Oh, you
you are a nurse. Huh?
You know, she had the full deliverance service. Like, they were desperately trying to cast demons out of that woman.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was Alabama, y'all. Like, yeah, so she had to go home knowing full well, like, this was not a surprise intervention. This was you know what you're coming to, and you still have to come home to it. And so I asked somebody who told me about that part because I didn't know. She didn't tell us about that. Her boyfriend came in and I'm like, I don't, the doctor. He said, first off, that was our first date. And I'm like, he's like, and there has never been a second date. And I'm like, do you swear? There has never been a second date. And he's like, I really will swear. If you got a Bible, I will swear. I was like, write down your mama's name and phone number. Because if you are ever getting up to shenanigans, I'm calling your mama. And I'm putting it on your account. He's like, yes, ma'am. Okay. Like, I seriously, y'all, that was the kind of video story I ran, and that is what I got away with. Because, like, but anyway, he's like, this is the rest of the story. And he rented some movies, some adult movies. He went to the back, he rented some adult movies. He bought some products, some, like, what I think of as the single guy special. Like the good lube, maybe, a little male-oriented adult vibrating device, whatever. And, a couple movies, and not anything really creepy like the, barely legal stuff, just normal stuff. He actually seemed like, kind of a boring guy, frankly. And while he's checking out, he's like, by the way, did you know? And told us the part about her having to go home to an intervention with the pastor. And I said, "Oh my God, but where's she going to work now? What is she going to do?" Of course, she had to go home. He's like, "Oh no, Florida still gave her a license." And I'm like, "Oh, why does that seem so Florida?" He's like, "I know. Seriously, everything I've ever heard about Florida medical licensing, I never want to get sick there." That was his last words to me after I handed him his receipt. So yeah, none of y'all came here for that story, but here we are.
You think none of us came here for that
story.
story.
I have so many of these stories, you just don't know.
Please tell us more.
I'm just saying, you are very presumptuous as to why I was like, I need some peopling right now.
You just need some Southern storytelling about trashy people in the Deep South, because I got that. I guess that's really where I should start putting the my own version of Prairie Home Companion. Should start fitting these stories in.
Well, that's the problem is like if you actually tell stories about like what life is actually like around here, people really, really don't think you're being honest.
They think it's what, a little too much or something?
Oh yeah, because I hear this a lot that I'm just exaggerating what people are like and giving into stereotypes. I'm like, your stereotypes are all wrong. First of all, none of them are trashy enough. Two, you just are not giving enough credit for the criminal minds that are involved in every activity around here. Even the simple ones like, hey, let's go to Sonic. Like it's like planning an Ocean's 11 heist just to get Taco Bell, and I don't know why.
So I was listening to one of Brandon Sanderson's videos a while ago, and they were talking about a food heist. There was like the giant tank of used cooking oil that was going to be recycled, and it got stolen like hours before it was supposed to be collected. Like somebody stole just metric tons worth of used cooking oil.
So they must have one of those cars that use the used cooking oil.
Oh no! There was a problem where people thought that somebody told a bunch of meth heads that you could get rich selling used cooking oil to recyclers that make eco fuels.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a rash of places. Like we had never been so happy that we did not have a deep fryer at our restaurant than when all of these restaurants are literally like getting armed people coming in and holding them up. Give me your oil. Like it was a weird time to be in the restaurant.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They burnt down one of the restaurants in town because they broke in, found out that they didn't have a deep fryer, and set it on fire just out of petty vengeance because they spent all that time and effort trying to get in the door. I don't know who told the meth heads that you could get rich selling used for deep fry oil, but that's what it turned out to be when they caught them, at least around here.
Eva has some suggestions for Laura.
That's very interesting, Eva. As I stroke my beard.
I have never wanted you to have a beard more than you say as I stroke my beard. It's kind of a shame you don't have one then. Need to get you just like a nice, really quick beard that you can just throw on real quick. So you can just
Eyeliner.
Like a Santa beard.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac wrote his first short story today. That's a full story.
Yay!
Dictated.
Oh, that's so cute.
Long skinny beards. That was like Laura with a goatee.
I think Laura would look darling with a goatee.
I think so.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've now had 2 cheesy toasts. They were delicious.
Yum, yum, yum.
Because the only cheese I had is shredded.
Yeah, there's apparently I've learned there's plenty of people who like to eat shredded cheese in the middle of the night, just shred by
Oh
shred.
yeah. I can't tell you the amount of times I walked out of my bedroom at like 2:00 in the morning, and I was like, Caitlin, what are you doing? And she just got a bag of cheese. Like, she had a specific bag of cheese for her because
Yeah.
she got up in the middle of the night to eat cheese.
Yeah, like I had like seen some meme about eating shredded cheese in the middle of the night, shred by shred, and I read it out loud to Tom, and he's like, he did not laugh, and I'm like, hold up. He's like, what? And I was like, is that what's happening to the mozzarella cheese where it keeps disappearing?
I'm
And
really
he's
having
like, I didn't think you'd notice. So that is an admission of guilt.
I'm having a full-on Mace Windu, are you threatening me, Master Jedi kind of moment right now. Like, I feel like you're coming for me in my house with the words coming out your mouth.
Okay. So, my mom is a fabulous baker. And sometimes she would bake a sheet of something. Whether it was brownies or Nanaimo bars or whatever. And so, if you take a square, it is noticeable.
Yes.
If you take a row,
Yes.
not so much.
Yeah.
And so my dad would just take a skinny row of brownie all the time. And so the brownies would just shrink. It's like, Dad!
Tom's got recipe tips here for you.
I'm not saying that I condone the stealing of brownies in this way. I'm just saying when you live with a psychotic chef who's just like, no, you can't get into that yet, you'll find ways.
I think you should just cut yourself like a middle, like at the center. Here's my square right out of the center. F off.
Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of shredded cheese missing.
It's not missing, it's going to valuable and good use.
But that's okay because now I have block cheese.
That don't stop people. I have pulled block cheese out of the fridge and I'm like, why is there a bite taken out of the cheese?
Yes. Okay, what is up with that? Like, my mother used to do that. And I'm like, what are you, feral?
Just cut it.
Do you know how
There was a knife 2 feet from the fridge. Cut it.
You literally have a cheese slicer.
I did not
Got
come
a little
here to
piano
get
wire.
attacked by all of you. That was not my intention. And me, I just feel like it all
My
coming
nephew
from
would take the block of cheddar and just nom on it, and it would just crumble. It's like he's not even eating it; it's just crumbling it.
But yeah, like there were so many blocks of cheese that had my mother's teeth marks in it. Especially Monterey Jack. That was her weakness. Monterey Jack is a gnawing cheese, apparently.
Hey now, I mean,
What?
So called.
What do you got to say? What?
My grandmother would keep chunks of cheese wrapped in saran wrap in her purse and take it with her out during the day.
Yes. What?
It doesn't stay cold in a purse.
Okay, that one she gets judged for.
So we'd be sitting there waiting for something. She's like, "You want some cheese?" I was like, "That's okay, Grandma.
Exactly. You want some cheese?
That's okay. Thanks."
I did not come here to be this insulted by all you people. Like, this is
He was like just one bite.
This is no how.
Okay, or some cheese you can just break off.
And yet, nope, there's teeth marks. It's like, we know who done it. Their teeth marks are in here.
In a feral manner.
Yes.
Y'all just being mean now.
Okay. random thing. I have
Now,
to
like
ask.
my personal way is I like to take a block of cheese, cut off a hunk, and then fork it and just walk around gnawing on the fork. Just nom, 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 nom.
I like getting those Baby Bell cheese, you know, the little
Yep.
round
I'm
circular,
making wax
and then putting
sculptures.
honey over. No, putting
Look.
honey on top and
Mm.
eating it that way. It's
Sometimes
very delicious.
you either don't have hand cake or you're just not in the mood for hand cake. So you gotta have the hand cheese. Like that's what it's for. Like
I like to stab it with a fork and then just eat, you know, the whole piece till I get to just the fork, and then
this is the
Cheese
most
popsicle
American thing
method.
about
yes, that is more of my method. I like walking cheese. But I was surprised to learn that cheese constipates a lot of people,
Yes,
and I have never experienced that in my entire life.
you didn't know this.
And I really am like, is it because I've not eaten enough cheese in one
Yes.
sitting?
Yes.
Probably not.
Or is it because I'm also not lactose intolerant and y'all are all low-key lactose intolerant and you need
No. This is not about lactose intolerance. Okay, so my
If you're lactose intolerant, it's gonna make you shit.
Okay. I thought maybe it.
my sweet and
No.
beloved husband, who likes to get into weird cooking fixations, decided for a while there, I'm going to find the way to make the ultimate quesadilla.
Okay.
And so every day we were having quesadillas. Lots of quesadillas. So much quesadillas. And then neither one of us pooped for 2 months.
Wait. What?
We were going to the doctor. They were giving us all kinds of stuff to make it move. Like, they were like, maybe you shouldn't be eating right now. Like, just let it digest, let it work its way through. We
Drink
thought we were
so
dying.
much liquids.
Are you
thought we were
saying like
dying.
theatrically 2 months, or do you mean literal 2 months?
I mean, like, almost literally. Like, it was so bad. Like, when like, a little bit would, like, escape, but you could feel the block of cheese that you were fermenting on the inside.
So
And just, like, little by little, like, I know how rabbits make poop now, okay? Like, just,
all right. I have an ex-girlfriend. It's one of the big psycho ex-girlfriends that I talk about from time to time. Her brother once sat down and ate a 2-pound block, I think, of Colby Jack cheese. And 3 weeks later, he still hadn't pooped. And he had to go to the hospital, and they did a procedure
oh, they
and
threatened
had
us.
to forcibly remove through manual method.
They threatened
2
us.
pounds. They said, and then because doctors are doctors, they saved it and was like, we thought you'd want to see it. And it was just, this is a 2-pound block of cheese in the shape of his colon.
So basically, what he had done is turn us into one of those human Play-Doh mashers.
Yeah.
And, like, enough was
He was a
escaping the
teenager at the
system.
time. He was 17.
Yeah.
And he was on the football team and everything. And yeah, he came home one day from football practice and was just real hungry and just ate a 2-pound block of cheese. And I have thought about this for a very long time. Like, it's been decades now since, you know.
They threatened us with the procedure. We didn't have to have the procedure because there was still enough pressure in the system to.
Yeah, no, he made a plug of cheese.
Yeah.
And it had like, and I was not there for this. This was like 4 months right before I met her. So I only heard from her and her brother, because it was her younger brother, that because he saw it and his mother saw it, his father saw it, and she saw it. And there was a little poop on each end. And it was just 2 pounds in the shape of a colon, you know, with all the little dips and, you know.
I'll never forget the day the dam broke. I scared a lot of people in a Walmart bag because we were getting groceries. I was like, oh no, and ran and could not help but scream and holler and shout. People thought there was a murder going on. Security came in. Like, I had to let a security guard see me on a Walmart toilet to prove that I wasn't murdering anybody.
I just,
Be mindful of how much cheese you eat, y'all. It's bad.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was the moral of her story. My ex-girlfriend was telling was just don't eat too much cheese at once. Now and that made me painfully aware of like eating a lot of cheese. Now, so here's the thing: I think I love cheese, but the truth is, I have only ever eaten like 8 ounces of cheese in a sitting or a day. After about 8 to 10 ounces, I'm like, I'm just not in the mood for more cheese today. And that's it. But apparently, some of y'all are like, challenge accepted. I once caught my mother. I had bought 2 pounds of Monterey Jack block. And my mother opened it the next day after I grocery shopped. And she had like maybe 3 or 4 ounces. No big deal. And then the next morning, I was like, or maybe it was even the next afternoon. Maybe so it was like maybe about 24 hours later. I was like, oh, you know what I'm in the mood for is a Monterey Jack toasted cheese sandwich. And I go, and y'all, there's not much left. And I'm like, who the hell ate all the cheese? And she's like, what? I can't hear you. I was like, everything's fine. And I'm like, ma'am, did you eat 1.5 pounds of cheese in the last day? And she's like, who would do that? No, surely the boys did that. When she says boys, she meant Tom and her husband, Jim. And I was like, okay, are you kidding me? Or did you actually eat 1.5 pounds of cheese? And she's like, and I said, okay, miss, I might have. You can't eat any more cheese for at least 2 days. And I had to then tell her the story again, which she already knew this story, but I told her again about the brother of my ex-girlfriend, who she knew very well, about no, unless you want cheese extracted from your colon, I'm cutting you off. She's like, you're not really cutting me off, are you? I said, yes. And then I put several freezer packs in a cooler and the cheese and hid the cooler in my room. And was like, I'm cutting you off, ma'am. You can't be trusted. No, this will make you sick. No. She's like, and then in the middle of the night, she comes to me like, Glory, where's the cheese? I'm like, it has not been long enough. No, you can have it. You're like an addict. Go away. And she's like, I just need the cheese. And I'm like, I will give you a dog, but you may not have the last 8 ounces of cheese until you poop out the 24 ounces of cheese you've already eaten. She's like, everything's fine. I'm like, when's the last time you pooped? She's like, 3 days ago. Like, and guess what? We're waiting. Can't believe you treated me this way. I'm your mother. Yeah, I can't believe I treated you this way either.
It's just the American way. You just have the treats.
Do you want to go to the doctor? Some of y'all need to eat lettuce or something with your cheese.
I can't eat the lettuce.
Carrots? I don't know. You need something with it. So you don't just have a block of Velveeta in your colon. What the hell?
Fiber with your cheese.
You need something, yeah.
So much screaming.
Surgery to remove it in harvest season. Yes, eat some oatmeal. Cheesy oatmeal, something.
Grits.
I had oatmeal for breakfast. It was good.
I had life for breakfast. It was not as energizing as it sounds like it should be.
Yeah, it gets really mushy quickly. I like Triscuits, yes.
Did it taste like a cardboard and plastic pieces, Megan?
No, it tasted delicious.
Oh. Not like the board game.
No, not like the board game. I love the board game though. My mom and I used to play it all the time when I was little, and I would win all the time. I don't know if she'd let me win or if I actually won, but
My grandmother would get very judgmental anytime somebody won the game of life because she's like, you're only good at this game because you're not at it in the real world, right? And the thing is, she was right. Like, those of us who were best at it in the family were like sublimating our problems through the game. Because even my cousin, who has like all of the children, would always have all of the children in the game. It was oddly like, I think she had a cursed version of the game of life. Let's put it that way. It was very reflexive. Like, somehow I would never land on because she had one of the old versions. I think hers was like one of the OG models, and it didn't have a rule where you had to get married. You could end up a spinster. It had a spinster square that I kept landing on, so I was always the only one that was not allowed to get married, which at the time felt extremely prophetic.
Except you did get married.
Only because the Supreme Court changed, and they're going to take it back this year. So, but at the time, it felt like an impossibility.
I agree. All Hasbro games are cursed. Yeah, one of my other ex-girlfriend's uncle was preternaturally good at the game and loved playing it.
So did Hasbro buy the rights to Ouija boards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They own it.
They didn't create the game?
No, they did not.
Now, spirit boards go back, though they're not what any of the legendarium around them like makes them out to be. But they did also coin the word Ouija.
Yeah.
Which they have given 4 different meanings to over the years. Because originally, if I remember correctly, Ouija was the name of the witch that they bought it from in the original story on the box.
Yeah.
This was Ouija's board. That she was this Creole witch from like the bayou in Louisiana that they bought the board from or something, if I remember the original story.
It's like there's a southern tradition, like you'll see it in Steel Magnolias. Weezer is actually, her name is Ouija. And that character's name is, her real name is Ouija, and she's called Weezer in Steel Magnolias. That's where that comes from. It's a traditional Louisiana name.
one thing I came across recently that I thought was pretty cool was a Ouija board that was it was Braille, and I was like, that's pretty cool. I can't remember where I saw it, but it was on Twitter somewhere.
I
watched
with me 3 times, and I'm just done with them.
Netflix has The Curse of Bridge Hollow or some crap. And I swear to you, it's just an advertisement for that Hasbro has put the Ouija board on an app. Because they very conveniently use the Ouija board on a phone app in the movie. This movie is very clearly intended for 11-year-olds. At the point that the parents defeat the giant pumpkin head, there is a bucket of clear goo thrown at both parents, the actors. Like, they're not even spraying when the pumpkin head's supposed to explode. It's just, you could tell, it's just somebody just threw a bucket. Like, you know how when a bucket of liquid goes, it's very different from, like...
Dracula Dead and Loving It?
Yes. It's very, like, instead of an explosion of pumpkin goo, they just threw a bucket of clear goo at the 2 actors. It's, if you want something dumb and not scary, I highly recommend it. It is definitely appropriate for, upper elementary kids.
Like, the only thing that I can think of where it might work, I still haven't watched the movie. I only worked on it. So, Come Play, where it's based off of a short film, but they made a full length that I worked on, where the kid doesn't speak, and so he uses his phone to, like, speak for him.
Right, he's got an
And-
AAVE.
And there is a creature who's very lonely and wants to hug the kid a little too hard. Like, it's dangerous to be friends with this thing. And so it's like stalking them and like trying to come through, and it can come through electronics. So I don't know. It was like poltergeist-esque. I don't know. It was fun. It was actually a puppet, and so we were animating the face on the puppet
Mm.
and doing some full CG versions where it was like running through a field. So yeah, that one was cool.
I was way too into the Poltergeist movies when they came out.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. How about we start a sprint? We had these lovely timers that somebody made.
Made 3 more last night.
You did. I got the notifications. I was lying in bed. I was like, what is she doing?
The answer is I don't know.
Yum, yum, yum. All right. Good luck, everybody. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep. Boop boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop.
Yeah, I already ate one. I'm gonna eat another.
Mm.
They're very addictive.
So one of Junji Ito's books was available now on Libby. Like my hold came up, so I'm on page 73 now.
Nice.
Nice.
I was practicing my French.
Well, good job.
This one is his true stories about living with his fiance and 2 cats. So it's the shenanigans that the cats get up to.
So it's the darkest horror story he's ever told. So it's the darkest horror story he's ever told.
Yeah.
So it's the darkest horror story he's ever told. Darkest horror.
Oh, I get it. Well, I know somebody with a haunted microphone. I made food.
Ooh, nice. I'm thinking about food. I'm still hungry, even though I just had my lunch.
I sliced up an apple.
Ooh,
I took my own advice and got some cheese.
nice.
But yes, I did not slice myself because I slice huge hunks. Whatever, Tom.
Oh, I already told you guys what I did.
And I've been trying to work on the outline to the story I'm working on. And I've gotten stuck on beat 5 out of the Romancing the Beat.
Mm.
It's the normal place I get stuck. The first 4 beats I'm fine, and then
As much as I enjoy reading romance novels, and I do, my brain doesn't work like this. Like, I've never had a traditionally romantic relationship.
fine.
I think I've told some people the origin story of the relationship I've been in for the majority of my life now. And, like, there is nothing strictly romantic about it, except for the fact that we both really enjoy watching people get paler and more freaked out as we tell it. So, like, we bond over the terror that it brings in others. But
I think queer relationships are a little bit different because I'll say most people who figure out they're queer have to go through this whole identity journey first to figure out, oh, wait, I can't negotiate this queerness. Like, this is definitely who I am. And so when you meet someone else where it clicks, there's no, that dance, that the heterosexual dance is not there. It's not quite the same. Particularly when it's 2 queer people. Like, it's because you're like, look, life is short. I've already figured out my mess. You want to just go rent a U-Haul? Sure, let's do it now. I know somebody who's got a discount card. You know, like, it's that there's like less artifice.
yeah.
And it's not just like gay men and lesbians. I think it's like anytime it's 2 queer people, no matter, you know, what their actual queerness is, if they've already figured that out, when they're in a relationship that looks like it's okay, this is actually going somewhere. It's like, hey, let's just jump to the spot we want instead of doing the dance. of will they, won't they? I don't know if they're, that dance. That is the majority of like romance novels and the romance beats. It's this will they, won't they dance.
And queer relationships are more like everyone around you scheming because they see it before you do.
Oh yeah.
Like, how can we keep engineering situations where these people are in the same room so that maybe they'll finally figure it out? It's very backwards to the kind of story that most millennials are hearing.
It has made me very suspicious anytime I'm put on a committee by somebody who loves me. Of like, you love me. Why did you put me on a committee when you know that is my hell? And they're like, you might make friends. And I'm like, oh God, who have I been set up on? And then it's weird when like everyone else is already in a very committed relationship, and I'm like, why did you put me on here?
They wanted you to actually make friends.
They wanted me to actually like commit change.
Someone's looking for a throuple.
They wanted me to start a revolution in the committee, is what it really is.
So there's bonus content in between the chapters.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 5 for Jinji Ito. You draw Eiko's eyes almost entirely without pupils. What does your wife think of this? She got mad at me. It seems she doesn't like the haircut either. I've also been instructed to remove unnecessary lines from her cheeks on a number of panels. Additionally, she pointed out that Eiko's trademark striped pants are nowhere to be found in her personal wardrobe. Aside from these minor issues, my wife does not seem particularly displeased with this manga.
Sometimes I've known people do that, but it was to break up a couple who were both toxic and needed more toxic together.
There are some relationships that I just do not understand why. Heterotemporality is a hell of a drug. That's all I can figure that so much of this is. It's just, well, I am this age now, ergo I must be coupled.
Yep. Cuffing season.
I haven't seen yet another spate of videos that people are making about compulsory heterosexuality and how it mostly affects women. And I'm just like, one of these days, this conversation is going to go mainstream and Tucker Carlson's head's going to explode. Look for that. Like, what if any of the people that think they know what feminist and queer groups are actually talking about actually knew what we are actually talking about, like, their heads would explode, and it's going to be beautiful fireworks. Oh, it's beautiful fireworks.
I'm gonna go in search of a snack. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a very boring person today. I can't stop thinking about it. I watched a podcast today that was like a 2-hour podcast with people talking about meta-modernist approaches to theology. And like, my mind is just obsessing over some of the things that they said. So talking is weird.
I think that there needs to be something more reflective for romance novels of the like how queer relationships go.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the things that makes, I think, me enjoy so much of what are classified as queer rom-coms, because they're just the straight tropes but applied to same gender relationships, and they look so funny. Like, queer rom-coms are hilarious because that's not how any of that actually works.
Yeah.
in any way. Like I doubt that's how it works for straight relationships either. But
Like they're just pure works of fiction.
yeah, they're just pure, like not quite to the realm of like yaoi fiction where it's like you've never actually seen what people's bodies actually look like, have you? Like just pure realms of pure imagination. Like
How to tell your raunchy romance novel was written by an asexual? That is not how intimacy works. No.
I'm gonna get a call. Hang on.
anytime you have to like put the book down and go, no one is that flexible. No one is that flexible. Because just ask yourself, would this require a like circus, like a Cirque du Soleil quality contortionist?
Breasts do not barrel roll. I have now
Well,
watched
also don't-
several videos of examples of planes barrel rolling. And I have been adventurous in bed, and they've never done that.
Okay, so Brian and I were talking about this the other day because we were watching somebody going through men writing women.
Yeah.
And we have a theory that a lot of the more modern stuff that's being written is because people have absolutely no relationship with actual women, but have seen way too much anime and are just extrapolating that, well, apparently those animators must have known.
Nope.
And just incorporating it into their writing. I mean, I can't prove this, and I would love to get a grant to do an actual study on this because I'm that inquiring mind that kind of needs to know. Like, I don't think there's any way that this would actually make society better in any way to have this knowledge, but I feel like it is knowledge that we should have peer-reviewed studies on. Like, is anime directly responsible for some of the weird understandings of female anatomy? Because I feel like the answer is yes. Because most of the things that I see in men writing women, I have seen animated in an anime somewhere. Like mood breasts. Mood breasts is a very big thing in anime.
Yes, I was literally just thinking about mood breasts. Of like, I have seen a lot of titties in my life.
I'm back.
Like a lot of breasts. Because I've also gone to New Orleans during Mardi Gras a lot. And back in the early 2000s, the late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, everybody was just... So I have seen... And like, by the way, they don't wear bras. They're just swinging free.
I also have seen way too many in real life, which is why I always try to let all my friends who like to look at them know if we go to a party, just hang out by me. There will be free range breasts.
Oh
At
yeah,
some
like
point this
even at
evening.
sci-fi fantasy conventions now. I'm hanging out with my friends. We're catching up because it's been months or years since we last saw each other in person. Random women go by and flash me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing? I'm here with my... Anyway, okay. So,
There's something in my aura that says, hey, I want to see your chest. And it's not
right?
real. It's
I
a
know
curse.
way too
Put on
much
me by
about
someone.
like
One of my exes
the variety
specifically cursed me with this.
that humans are capable of.
But yeah, I'm definitely blaming anime for all of the, especially the
And
modern.
I have never seen sad titties.
Outside of anime.
I've never seen angry titties,
Outside of anime.
like real life ones. I've seen cold ones. I've seen excited ones because they look similar to cold ones. And I have seen sleepy ones. I will say they look sleepy when they don't really respond to anything. They're kind of sleepy. And that's pretty much the only moods titties have is sleepy, excited, cold, / just sneezed. That's it. That's literally it. That's the whole
Tom,
show. Those
Tom
are their only
being
moves.
sassy.
What?
Tom being sassy.
That's their only moods.
And actually, I feel like that has much more to do with shoulder control as the women are like getting ready to stab.
Like, yeah, like a
Like
woman's
they're not actually
shoulder.
moving of their own accord. It's just the shoulders are moving forward because they're getting the strength up. Because it's like, I'm just going to stab you in the eye if you don't leave me alone. Like,
I mean, I guess
why do you think all of our drinks have umbrellas in them? They go right into your eye.
I remember going to like, you know, this whole like calm your titties. Like, and me going, what is going on with these titties? And realizing it has to do with the heaving. And go, I guess if you're wearing a strong enough boulder holder, they would move in unison and it would then get intimidating as they keep heaving, you know, just taking deep breaths. But again, I know that's the shoulders. It's not the titties themselves. As I said, titties only have 3 emotions.
I may have a song from Beaches stuck in my head now.
You know what? Okay, Tom, you're not wrong. Titties are never sad around me. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's my bias.
Oh no,
Titties are always happy around me.
That's a shoulder-based illusion. They're reaching over.
Yeah, when titties like look sad, it's because the person's stooping or trying to protect their titties by crouching a little.
They're reaching for the umbrella in their cocktails so that they have a weapon to stab somebody with. That's why all feminine fruity beverages come with stabbing implements. Little cocktail swords, little umbrellas. They're female defense items. And I have seen them used as such on several occasions, and it's helpful. I mean, not like shouldn't have happened in the first place, but the look on a man's face when he gets skewered by a cocktail sword, priceless. Just priceless.
I will admit, so Tom says I think men writing women just shows how much and what percentage of men are so in the closet and they can be married and still not have a clue how women work and think they are some alien creature. And I think there's a certain truth there of like, I actually enjoy truly heterosexual men because they are very much fans of women. Like the true heterosexual man is a feminist because he wants all the women in the world to be happy. Because he wants to be around happy titties and vaginas. That's what he wants. He wants all the women in the world to be happy and to have equal rights and to also have whatever employment they want. He wants all of those things because it means the women will be happy, which means their body parts will be happy, which will make him happy. That is true heterosexuality.
And now I have a Johnny McGovern song stuck in my head.
And I love like genuinely heterosexual men. And then there's men who hate women, and it's like, no, sir. You may not call yourself a heterosexual when you hate that which you say you desire. Because, yes, I have been quoted in Playboy as saying that some of my best friends are penises. And I stand by this quote.
See, this is why I feel like we just need to throw heterosexuality away and create something new instead. Like, it can still be as straight as people want it to be, but like the concept in and of itself has been broken by the patriarchy so much that like a lot of straight men just are not salvageable anymore. Like, there are not enough spare parts. I was watching Lance's video today where he was going through Jeremy of the Quartering, trying to backpedal as hard as he could because he spent his entire career going after Amaranth for all of the things that you could imagine that a person of his type would go after a woman who has an OnlyFans account for. Because, oh no, she was actually abused. I may have done a bad thing. Like, a moment of moral clarity hit his face, but like, I like my money, so I can't really be like, I'm sorry about this. And trying to walk this line with him where he can kind of take back some of the bad things he said while not irritating the hateful, women-hating audience that he has cultivated it was a fascinating watch and really entertaining because Lance just ready for felt through the whole thing. But it was really entertaining watching him try to realize, like, oh, I did a bad thing, but I like my money.
Greed is a hell of a drug. To quote Rick James, greed is a hell of a drug.
And if anybody knows a hell of a drug.
It's already October 20th. Holy cow.
Yep.
Time flies.
Just look at the export date for this asset. It's like, no.
Which in theory means we've been having fun. Because I was always told that time flies when you're having fun. And since time's been flying a lot lately, I must have had a hell of a time.
Uh-huh. I think the universe needs to learn what fun is.
And your science. Just all of it.
I guess what I'm really getting at is real men are flaming feminists.
Yes.
And all the rest are fake. Fake men.
Because when I was having masculinity foisted upon me as if it was something that I needed to conform to, the things that were always put forward is that you are a defender. You're like, these are the like prime masculine traits that were always like, you're supposed to defend people. You're supposed to be there to help people out. You're there to be the brave warrior that like defends the people and be ready to die in war and never ask questions why. And I didn't like that part, but without being, if you can be non-paternalistic about it, being there to defend everyone's rights is one of the sexiest masculine things that you can do.
Uh-huh. Oh, I love it when a man in the distance notices somebody is being ugly to somebody downtrodden, and they're like, hold up, and it's like a golden retriever just saw a stick in the distance and is like, let me go over there and see if that stick is taken. I wish to be branch manager. And they go over there and it's like, is there a problem? Hey, let's all calm down and leave this person alone. I love it. I'm like, hello, man. Have you come to intervene and solve this problem? Great. While you do that, I shall back off into my Nissan Sentra. Goodbye, everybody.
Because the main thing that I think we need to be talking about alongside, what is toxic masculinity and whatnot, but what is valuable and real allyship as opposed to being a paternalistic, controlling little jerk.
Uh-huh.
Because that's where I think people get really, really confused. Everybody likes it when you hold the door open for them because I don't want to touch a door that I don't know how many hands have been on. Everybody likes that. But if it's like, oh, you poor, weak-willed, fragile female who shall shatter if you touch the door. Because I have seen men with that attitude do it. Oh, yeah, even I take offense to that. And I've not been born that way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference in attitude in a way that you do the nice things. People are not mad at nice people. They're mad at just that paternalizing, putting down, oh, I'm so much better than you, so here, let me do it for you because you obviously can't do it yourself. Bull crap. And I think you're confused between the two. Because if you're the kind of person that hears a conversation about a toxic idea and you get really upset and feel called out about it, it's time for self-inquiry. which is another thing we need to bring back. Like, I'm all for shame dying because shame is a very bad means of social control, but we can get rid of shame and guilt without getting rid of being self-reflective. Realizing that you need to change your ways does not mean you have to instill shame in other people. At least it shouldn't. Completely side story, side tangent here. I have not heard your gate in a while. Did they finally fix it? Or
Yes, I think so. I
Gate-
haven't heard it lately, so
I just had a
Gate
moment.
is over.
I just had a moment of, did they fix it, or have I gone deaf to the sound of the of the gate open?
No, it's been like a day or two that I haven't heard it, so hopefully it sticks. But that gate seems to break quite often, so we shall see how long it lasts. Then again, it would help if people would stop like running into the gate.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you want people to be able to drive well?
That's
I know that's asking a lot, but
too much.
Look, I'm not one of those people that thinks like Elon Musk is going to save us or that self-driving cars are going to be any better than humans, but they surely can't be worse, especially with the people in our town who often can't tell the difference between a sidewalk and a road. Like, at least once a month, somebody hits the light pole up the road, and it's like 10 feet off the highway. Like, you have to aim for it. It's kind of off onto its lonesome way over there. Like, intentional mistakes have been made. And I feel like we can at least teach an AI stay between the lines. Because humans, we cannot teach to stay between the lines.
yeah, for the moon.
I just heard the boyfriend sneeze in the other room, and so I sent him a Discord message. Bless you.
Oh, depending on how things go, thinking of sneezing, I may or may not have a stream next Wednesday. Next Tuesday, we're going in for our double vaccination, getting the new COVID vaccination and booster and our flu shot at the same time. So depending on how that goes for both of us, because I may be taking care of someone who really likes to milk not feeling good, or might not feel good myself. I have high hopes we'll be fine because the last ones really just like gave us sore arms, and that was about it. But I've not received both vaccines at the same time before, and sometimes the flu shot makes me sleep for a couple days.
I just applied to a job to be an office administrator at Remax. It's a job.
I don't know why, but suddenly I went to get you your real estate license. Because I don't know what it is about the idea of you as a realtor that I find like I want a sitcom.
I'd probably be terrible at it.
Well, I think you'd have a lot of fun like setting houses up for open houses. The open house itself would be a nightmare, but I think you'd have a lot of fun like setting everything up and getting everything ready.
Just this is cute. Just like run around with like a little basket, like like somebody outside, but like I'm inside just with vases, like done.
Like a significant portion of the job, I think you would enjoy. The rest of it, I enjoy Schadenfreude and would kind of enjoy watching. But I have never lied about being a bad person.
Shall we do another sprinty sprint?
Sure, I could use some more time to practice my French.
The renders are failing.
Oh
Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and go then because my next call starts in like 20 minutes.
Okay.
All right. See
Have
you
fun.
later.
I will see you all on the Valheim stream later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Huh, that background looks familiar.
Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep.
Had to shut my door a little bit because Natalie's home, so she's watching TV. And ain't nobody needs to get a copyright strike.
I was researching.
I was practicing my French. J'habite in California. That's about all I know. J'habite. Oh, California.
I think we've still got ads going.
I don't even have it open. I have so many tabs going on, I would lose Twitch anyway. Because I'm looking at jobs, so I have like some of the ones that require you to apply on their site. I have those open, and then I have Indeed open. There's a lot happening on the screen.
I feel that after going through that earlier today, doing all the job applications, someone's gotta hire me.
Someday. Someone's got to say yes.
Hello, Noah.
Hello. Goodness gracious.
I got the yawn.
Oh no, it's contagious.
Yep, yawn train has started.
I'm doing pretty good, Mr. Spence. Nothing's really going on, so it's just average. Although this weekend I'm excited we're going to go to Julian and do things there. I don't know. I'm going in blind. I've told Sean not to tell me anything about it because I want to be totally surprised. He's told me a little bit about it because I know there are like apple trees there and stuff like that, but I don't think we're going to be doing any apple picking because I don't think it's the right time of year for that. I think that was last month. Since we're already towards the end of October and usually it's in September. But I have no clue, so we shall see. And it's a 24-hour readathon. I'm not going to participate for the entire readathon, but I will be reading a significant chunk of the day. I've already told Sean to be prepared.
They specifically picked the hours for one of these jobs to be 38 because that's part-time. So you don't get full-time benefits.
I thought, well, I guess it depends on the state. In our state, it's 36 hours.
40 is full-time.
Why again are you making Mississippi look good? You've got to stop it. It's a bad habit.
I mean, they do have like some places like I think we'll do like 35 plus or 36 plus. We'll get some benefits, but not everywhere.
Mr. Spence is like, yeah, right? Like Mississippi's only job is to make other states look good.
Mhm.
It is.
That's why it's called first or last.
The dogs are now have an appointment to be vaccinated,
Very
get
nice.
their vaccinations updated. So now we'll all be vaccinated.
Hey, this one joke doesn't say whether it's part-time or full-time. That makes a difference. On if I want to deal with them or not.
Well, apply anyways, because then if it's not what you want, you can always be like, "Yeah, this isn't right for me," and then just
One thing I hate is sometimes you have to go to the company website to find out the location because there are like 3+ listed with the same city.
mm,
And it's like, is it the one way over here, or way over here?
yeah,
There's a difference. I'm like a block from this one, but I'm 10 miles from that one.
yeah.
It's just, and even then, sometimes the websites don't.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Full-time availability with part-time pay. He used to have a supervisor. He got all mad that I didn't respond to his text messages on the weekends. And it's like, you don't pay for this phone, and I don't carry it around my house. Back then, I didn't. Like, he got into a whole rage to one of my other coworkers. She's the one who told me about it. And she's like, you don't pay for her phone. And I'm like, and on top of that, he'd have to pay me to carry that phone around. Like, I don't carry around a company phone for free. Yeah, he was very toxic. I am not sad that he has died. Because now I never worry that I'm going to run into him in town. It is pretty great.
I actually would really like to hear back from the YouTube job because of the pay.
Mm-hmm.
Their low end is 94.
Nice.
I'm like, no other job I qualify for would pay me that. Like, I'd have to be there for years
Yeah.
to be making that. And that job is a remote job.
Mm.
Or I'd have to move to California.
Which I wouldn't mind.
My father sure would.
Well, yeah, there's
He'd be
that.
like, I can't drive there.
Yeah, it's a little far.
Yeah. I'm only 2 hours away here. My daddy don't fly.
Hmm.
He has to be drunk to fly.
I enjoy flying. But then again, like my mom used to take me flying when I was like a little kid. We'd go visit my great grandparents in Minnesota. And she used to, every time she'd time it so that she'd be like, okay, tell the captain to take off now. And so we yelled to the captain, take off, and then the plane would take off, and we thought it was us yelling to the captain to take off, like my sister and I. And
kind of
now I
adorable.
can't go on a plane without like in my head being like, take off, captain. That's rough, CB.
Also, like if I drove, get deep enough to take over the algorithms.
Night, CB.
Good night. So, Megan,
Yes.
I have received a message, and I wonder if you would consult with me about, how much I just want to just info dump.
Uh-huh.
Is that appropriate in this, or if it's like, no, just one link? Which one?
I think it's totally. I mean, if he needs me to like read it for him, like I will like go ahead and info dump, and I will play translator or something. I don't know. I think it would be fine. I mean, he's used to it. He's in the legal.
I would wonder, yeah.
He gets dumped with stuff all the time, so.
Okay. That's what I was doing, and I lost track of time, and that was why, like, I didn't notice the timer ran out.
Yeah.
I was deep diving. Okay. There, I have sent him 2 links to get him started.
Cool.
2 very good links. One of them is from National Law Review, and it has a whole bunch of government links. So
he'll like that.
I love it because a new portal has been opened by the government, the U.S. government, and the White House then has their own sub portal because they're like, jump on it. So, yeah.
Cool.
And then I was trying to find, like, specifically an organization for him. And it turned out the top hit was for one I used to be a member of when I was a teacher.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Like, so it's, anyway, I'll tell you about that later. Or some other time. But anyway,
okay.
Saturday. But, yeah, like, they did pretty well by us. I pretty much wouldn't have taught even as long as I had without the support of the organization.
Nice.
So,
cool.
I think now, all right, I got one more link. So just because. Because I found one website that literally, like, here are the steps, and with good advice about, don't be talking about this publicly. So how to do. My mother actually had a degree in this subject matter.
Oh, nice.
That she got from Wayne State, and it was in organizing and negotiating. That was literally what her actual degree was in, so it was absolutely worthless here in the detail. Since that kind of thing did not fly down here. Because PR works. People do not vote in their own best self-interest. So, yeah, so I have had to listen to a lifetime of my mother's lectures on this crap. It's not crap. I just, when it comes from a parent, you're just like, Mom, I get it.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
Hi, Carrie. Carrie has popped out from lurk mode. She's popped out of the bushes in the midst of time. But yes, I've sent a few links and said if you have more questions, let me know.
Sounds good. Yeah, he came to me and he was like, "Do you have any friends who would know about this sort of thing?" And I'm like, "Just ask Glory. Glory is a research librarian. If she doesn't know it already, she's gonna find out for us." And
thankfully, there's some new resources on this subject matter, so that's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
New government resources, so that is really lovely. And they get down to the nitty-gritty very quickly, which is nice.
Nice. Excellent.
Yes, it is not like the previous administration that was.
Yeah.
But they won't notice me. So yeah. But yeah, I love to do a little research.
Yeah.
But when it's such a general wide open question, it's like, okay, which angle? Yeah. But I know when you don't know, you don't even know
where to begin
or what you're specifically looking for. You don't even know. You're like, I don't know what I don't know. And that's part of the challenge. Why does your hand hurt?
Ooh, a food truck. What kind of food truck? What kind of food would the food truck make? I want to know. Oh, arthritis. It's arthritis.
Whatever kind I want.
Will it be evolving food types? One day it's Mexican food, the next day it's
the leftover Mexican food plus Italian.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just gonna go die over here. It's fine. I do not have a good history with Tex-Mex in Michigan or anywhere up on a state that borders Canada. I love y'all for so many other things, but Tex-Mex, stay away. Please stop. Please, all of y'all.
Honestly, I don't really like Tex-Mex. I'm more of a Baja California style Mexican food eater.
So here's the problem with Tex-Mex. In Texas, that shit is bananas amazing. Outside of Texas, oh no. And so, yeah, in California, Baja Mexican food is so freaking good. Outside California, Baja is disgusting because you really need just picked fresh for Baja to taste good. It does not taste good with industrial complex avocados and industrial complex green tomatoes and things. It's great.
Oh, yeah.
And so, both kinds of Mexican food, Mexican style food, Baja and Tex-Mex, are really specifically need to be in the area where it evolved to taste what is so good about it. Because it's not,
and or be able to have access to actual properly fresh stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't translate so well with substandard fruits and vegetables. So, one of the things both Tex-Mex and Baja Mex have in common is ripe tomatoes. Like
Yes.
ripe tomato, there is no substitute for ripe tomatoes. My ex-husband was in the Air Force, and he told me, because he grew up, or he spent like the 10 years, like from like 10 to 20 years old in Reno, Nevada, and then later Phoenix. And he told me, and then he was in the military, and he told me that so many people he met in the military when he was going through basic and then really tech school, because his tech school, because he was in combat communications, his tech school lasted like 18 months. He was there a very long time, which is a very long time for the military. They're more like, we're going to speed you through, you know? Just to give you an idea, for food prep, the entire tech school for the kitchen staff is 8 weeks.
Wow.
And that includes going out into the field for 2 weeks and essentially doing food trucking out in literally combat situations for 2 weeks. It's just 8 weeks to do all of food prep tech school. And he was there. He was in his tech school, which was actually 2 different tech schools, for more than 18 months, actually. And so he had a lot of time to meet a lot of other people going through faster, because what he was doing was such technical stuff. So anyway, he told me that he met so many pingers, is what the Air Force calls new people. So when they come out of basic and they go to tech school, they're called pingers.
Mm-hmm.
That is the street lingo. And the reason they're called pingers is because they ping around the room. Ping, 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 ping. Like a pinball.
Uh-huh.
Because they've been in basic for like 8 to 12 weeks. And like they didn't get to go out anywhere during basic in the Air Force. You don't get to like have like a weekend leave or anything like that. And so when they get to tech school, like their first weekend in tech school, they're actually allowed, usually their first week, it may be up to the 4th week, is when they're allowed out into the city.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and they've got the money, got all that money from basic, because there was nothing really to spend it on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to spend a little on chips and things, but you're not really going to spend much of your pay. And so they're ready to go have fun, and they're pinking off the walls, and you have to, it's like, be careful. You know, it's these points where they'll drink too much. They get in trouble. They're called pingers. And he told me how so many of the people he met in tech school genuinely thought tomato ketchup was colored with red dye. Like it was in the military that they first saw slices of ripe red tomatoes. Because, well, yes, the Air Force makes their food fresh. Rather than using pre-packaged commercial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be perfectly honest, even if you go to Subway, half the time the tomatoes are green on the inside. And they're just sort of pink on the outside. You know, the sliced tomatoes. So many of these young people had never seen a fully red ripe tomato in their entire life. And had just assumed, because, you know, being young people, let's be honest about children, they eat a lot of commercial food that is artificially dyed.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly in the 90s. My ex-husband.
Do you remember the purple
yeah, purple ketchup. But like, think about like all the other candies and things. Everything was artificially colored, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It was the mid-90s when he went to tech school for the first time, and or the late 90s, I think, actually. And he was like, yeah, they all thought, they were like, wow, look, how do they get the tomato? Who's dyeing tomatoes in the Air Force kitchen? And he's like, what are you talking about?
They grow that way.
They grow that way. And they're like, no. All of these young people, because even in their school cafeterias before, they'd never gotten fully ripe tomatoes. That had not been a thing.
That's just sad.
That's depressing.
Yes. Person in need of guidance and recreation. A pinger. That is what the Air Force calls them. I think the Army has a different term that's not as nice. But yeah, like I'm like, really? And so then my ex-husband after tech school, ended up getting activated to work in Escon Village in Saudi Arabia. And they had a miscommunication. I'm not actually convinced it was a true miscommunication, but they had a missile scare
Mm.
where the machines were reading, which they then said later was a glitch, which I'm like, was it a glitch? Anyway, but that missiles were incoming.
Mm.
And so that was a whole nother matter. But when he was there, he's like, yeah, everybody there too. All the, if you weren't from the South or you'd never been to the South, you thought all of them thought tomatoes were naturally sort of green and pink. As well as like a lot of other fruits and vegetables they'd only ever had underripe. Because, they thought avocados never get soft, they just turn brown and then you throw them away. Like they didn't know there's like a delicious part of avocados. So many people in the Air Force were like, oh, I hate avocados. They're just green and hard and then they're squishy and brown. I don't understand why people eat them. They'd never had a ripe off the tree avocado in their life. And I didn't like avocados before I had a ripe avocado off the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, yeah, like we have an advantage with all of this. It changes the cuisine, and that's why it's like, no, Michigan, please don't do Tex-Mex or Baja. Please stop doing all of that. Y'all really do it bad.
I feel like I should be insulted.
Look, Michigan has other strengths.
Like cars? I don't know.
Cherries. I don't even like cherries. Yeah. But cherries from Michigan are like a really big thing. Like there's a whole festival.
Mm. I'd never heard of that before.
Yes.
Cherry capital is Traverse City.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Bing and sour cherries. You can get both. And Rainier, I think. Although you can also get those in Washington.
They have so many.
Yeah. I love cherries. You can get the most amazing tasting cherries in Michigan. It's true. As well as you can get some pretty darn good apples in Michigan. Or at least you used to. I mean, I haven't been to Michigan in since I was 13.
They still do. You can also get, we have a lot of produce that you can get here, but not like citruses.
Yeah.
That has to be trucked to us.
Mm-hmm.
But, we still get some pretty good, depending on what store you go to. But, I like going to, farmers markets or, little farmer places. Mm-hmm. Because, especially the summer, because people have, their fresh tomatoes, squash, a lot of it.
Yeah. Pears. You get pretty good pears.
Pasties. Pasties are good.
A lot of the more northerly climate foods.
Our stuff is more starchy.
I think Michigan does pretty good potatoes.
More hearty stuff.
Yeah. I think you can get there's a bit of a potato growing industry in Michigan.
Potato.
But potatoes are not a part of Baja or Tex-Mex. Apples, pears, and cherries are also not really a part of Baja or Tex-Mex.
We're just watch us.
No.
Like,
not sin against the food.
I have, like, when I was 13 in Michigan, my uncle took me to a Tex-Mex type restaurant. I think actually it was a California Mexican type restaurant.
They give
And
you
I
food.
swear to you, they used jarred pimentos for their salsa. Jarred pimentos, and canned diced tomatoes for the salsa, and like just mixed it. Right?
Okay, your uncle did not know where.
It was Lansing. And
Well,
I
that
feel
actually explains a lot.
I feel like I've said enough. Like, it's Lansing.
That explains a lot, actually.
He lived in Lansing. And I was like,
explains a
and
lot.
normally I was a child who loved to go out to eat. And I was like, we could just go to Cousin Sheila's house. We don't have to go. Or no, Cousin Lisa, excuse me. Sheila's her best friend. We could just go to Cousin Lisa's house and eat there. We don't have to go out to eat anymore. This place, all the food is out. So I'm just saying, like, and Cousin Lisa would take me to farmers markets and stuff, and she'd get like huge grocery sacks of cherries, and then split it up between the front and the back seat of the car, and we're just sitting there eating cherries. Like, it was great. In the car, as I was driving to like wherever, like it wasn't like I didn't have good food in Michigan. I did have really good food in Michigan. It just was not at any restaurants. They were terrible. And partly because we lived in Lansing. But yeah, it just was
Like, I'm sure I have never eaten out in Lansing. My dad, like, always, like, we get food before we get there. No, I have had food, but it was from Noodle and Company. So, and they're, like, spread across they're a restaurant chain. So, like, their food's the same anywhere you go, but damn, Noodle and Company is actually good food.
I just mean, like, they were not using fresh bell peppers. And I asked, why aren't you using fresh bell peppers and fresh tomatoes in your cooking? It's very obvious at this. And they're like, oh, honey, it's so hard to get fresh. Like, we ordered a crate of fresh tomatoes and they came in slimy. We were like, no. And I'm like, Now, granted, again, this was 1992.
True. Food has definitely
I won't
improved.
say what I was gonna say, but I was thinking
Don't speak violence at me. Keep it to yourself. Yes, exactly. It was terrible. It was so terrible. Also, by the way, Carrie, I agree with Peanut. There's a lot of bad zucchini in this world. Did you know? I already told Kat this last week. Bitter zucchini, the bitter part, have you ever had zucchini where it tastes bitter? That's actual poison. The bitterness is an actual poison, and you can die of it, and it does not break down in heat. It is heat-resistant poison. So when you taste bitterness in zucchini, that poison, don't eat it. And a man died in 2015 from eating too much bitter zucchini because he was old, he was elderly, and he could not apparently discern bitterness anymore. And he died. So I agree with Peanut on this.
Tom.
Exactly. He's like, don't do it. But I'm just saying.
Jack's even younger.
Just saying, like, there's good food in Michigan, but it is at people's homes. It is not in the restaurants.
There are some restaurants, but they're more like proper family-owned restaurants.
But I would not say that they're usually known for their bursting with flavor southern vegetables.
No.
Like,
because it's northern food.
Bell peppers need hot temperature to really grow. Tomatoes need hot temperature. Basil needs hot temperature. Like, there are so many delicious foods that need hot temperature. And none of them,
like me,
Michigan,
don't like the cold.
Please don't try it. Yeah. They mix pimentos and canned diced tomato shell. Do you know how sad that was?
Why didn't they just go buy salsa at that point?
Well, because it was 1992. I'm like, that's not salsa. There's no heat in here. There's no jalapenos or peppers. They're like, there are peppers. There's pimentos. And I'm like, that is not.
That don't count. Even though that don't count.
They
A
were
person
upset.
who has not been able to eat salsa in 10 years.
I was, in my defense, I was 13, and they were upset that I was not grateful for their crappy food.
They deserved it.
And by the way, their refried beans was white navy beans that they mashed with an actual potato masher.
What?
And instead of flour tortillas, it was pita.
So bad.
I was so bad. I was a very bad 13-year-old.
Okay, that is the worst.
Noah, you keep this shit to yourself. You keep your mouth shut. I don't need this violence. Yes, some people are allergic to peppers, including pimento bell peppers, and think they are very spicy. And those people do not have good opinions.
Well, yeah, because they're allergic.
Allergic is different from being able to gauge if this is spicy or not. No, you cannot be a good judge of this.
Mind you, you're also talking to a person who, like, as a child would gladly, if you handed me an onion, I would have been like, can I just bite it?
Anyway, I'm just going to say the truth is I told my mother on the phone, like, Uncle Mark was like, you want to call your mom tonight and tell her about this? I'm like, yes, I do. He's like, yeah, okay. So he, like, sets up a call for me, because it's long distance, way back. Like, which meant I had to wait till, let's see, so it's Michigan. I don't remember if MCI was doing it yet. So it was like after, I think it was like 9 p.m. So it was 8 p.m. Mom's time. And she's like, okay, yes. I'm like, Mom, sit down. I have to tell you, Uncle Mark took me out to Mexican. She's like, oh, Albert, turn off the TV. And there they are, just the two of them, because Layla's already gone to bed. No, Layla's with me. Tom's already gone to bed. Like, they're just sitting there between the... And then what? Because they both, had lived... Mom grew up in Michigan, and Dad had moved to Michigan after he got out of Vietnam. And, yeah, I mean, they knew. And it's just like, what? Pita bread? They didn't even have flour tortillas. They're like, I know! How do you live this way? Like, well, honey, I don't think a lot of Mexican people make it up to Michigan.
Okay. So, they don't make it up to Michigan to cook. They come up to work on farms and tree farms.
I don't think in 1992 they were.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
I do know that part.
Apparently.
I was not alive, but I do know that part. But they were all very specifically seasonal times, and they did not go near the bigger cities. So, like, my hometown, yes.
I will agree Michigan has very good bread. I will agree. I will give you this. I had great bagels in Michigan. I also had great other bread. Like, my uncle would take me to several bakeries. And that was, like, one of the very few commercial foods that we would get is bagels and then baked goods. And they were delicious. A lot of good French pastries. Because Detroit was once a French property. But, yeah, like, don't... No, Michigan. No. Please don't do southerly foods. It's bad.
So, I just have to share the word for bakery in French is boulangerie, which just sounds like a laundry facility, honestly.
So, earlier when you said potatoes don't belong with Mexican.
Well, I mean, you can, like, they do a little bit of potato, like with sauce.
I had tater tots instead of chips in nachos.
No, God.
No.
That is so Midwestern.
I added tater tots, taco meat, and cheese. Salsa. like tater tots.
Again.
It tasted good.
I'm not denying that. But that is not Tex-Mex or Baja.
That's for sure.
Okay? That is something else entirely.
So I like to make what I call bastardized such and such. I make bastardized curry. I make bastardized poutine. Natalie told me I'm not allowed to call it poutine. But I'm like, that's why it's called bastardized.
So much hot dish. Eva says the first trunk or treat was a success. Oh, very nice.
Aw.
I don't have a driver's license for that job.
I miss having a car so much.
Me too. There's so
never
many
had that.
times where I just want to go driving, but I know Tom needs the car.
There are so many times I just want to drive myself to the beach and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
I miss my black beast. I had a 89 or 98 Suburban.
Mm-hmm.
And
Terrible gas
was terrible gas mileage, but it was a nice, easy ride. The one thing I'm worried about France for is I don't think I like much French food. Like I'm okay with some of it, but like some of it I'm like, I don't think I could even bring myself to try that. Especially escargot, that is not happening. Sean thinks it's very delicious and he wants me to try it, but I'm like, texture. I would not be able to handle that texture.
Have you ever had cooked mollusks?
No.
Like oysters, clams?
I have had clams because I'm not sure if I'm allergic to oysters or not, so I haven't been able to eat them yet. Same with
Yeah, the texture for escargot is similar to like cooked clam
yeah.
or oysters.
Yeah, and as much as I love clams, I'm not a big fan of the texture. Like if I think about it too much,
Very rubbery.
yeah. So I just don't think about it while I eat it.
Like normally they serve escargot with this wonderful garlic butter sauce, and that is still everything tastes great that way.
Yes.
But it is like eating little balls of rubber, and it's like, are you into that?
No, I don't think I am.
Are you into the equivalent of overcooked calamari? Because that's what you get.
Ooh, no thanks. Just order the sauce and bread.
Mm-hmm.
My goal while I'm there is to try one new meal every time I eat. So I want to eat something different every single. So for breakfast, I'll have like one type of pastry, and then the next day I'll have another type of pastry. And then for lunch, I've decided that I will allow myself to eat all the different cheeses by like each different type of cheese is what will be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Because I love cheese. But there's like pate and other stuff that I'm just like, I'm gonna try it just because I have to, but I'm not sure I'm gonna enjoy it.
You only need to take one bite of something. You don't like it?
And foie gras. Yeah, I'm not trying that.
Isn't foie gras and pate the same thing?
No, they're different. Aren't they different? Let me see. There's pâté de foie gras.
Ten ads apparently.
Oh, damn.
I've got 7.
Yeah, they're two different things because this store offers both foie gras and pâté.
Isn't that just raw meat?
I don't quite know.
This one says foie gras is made from liver, which can be duck or goose, although the latter is the least common. You can also see it as foie alone, but it is the same product. Foie is a meat product subjected to a heat treatment for preservation.
Mm.
It can also be sold fresh with a much shorter shelf life.
Mm.
Pâté is also a French term. It is a meat derivative made from meats of various types, mainly liver and spices. Therefore, it's a mixture of ingredients, which makes it cheaper than foie gras. The higher the percentage of liver, the higher its quality. In addition, pâté incorporates various ingredients, meat from different animals, mainly pork, milk, and eggs, that help to achieve its characteristic consistency.
Interesting. I hear a squeaky door.
Yep, it is Tom and Little Bit. Hello, Little Bit. It is nice to see you survive the cold. She's rubbing her little face on any surface she could find. This is mine. This is mine. This is mine.
That's cute.
It is 6:57. My time.
Wow. It's almost time for me to feed the doggies.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, my favorite app is looking for an accounts receivable specialist. What does that mean? What do you need? Oh, accounting and billing experience. Yeah, I have none of that, and me and numbers do not go well together.
I don't have the experience, but I could probably do some of it. They might have to show me it, but probably good. I probably shouldn't, though, considering I am slightly dyslexic with numbers.
Yeah, I have
Like, that stopped me from being a professional bookkeeper? No. Because, like, all the software will check. And, I mean, to be honest, forensics isn't that hard. You'd be surprised how slow neurotypical people go anyway.
Oh, so during the last sprint, I managed to get into second place on the Duolingo's Silver League.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I have beaten the third place person who had 612 experience points.
Mm-hmm.
I have 656 experience points. Now I have to somehow beat the first place person who has 848 points, experience points, but they haven't done anything all day, so they might not add more today. that I need to catch up with.
Hello, Uncle Sweet.
Hello. Yeah, dyscalculia. I can
Yeah.
remember the words sometimes, and sometimes I can't.
Yeah, as I said, like, it has not held me back from being an excellent bookkeeper and accountant. What?
I still can't read a
All the
clock.
software
It's
does.
not an
It's
analog
worse
clock,
for me when it's like
digital clock.
text,
read.
like typing something in, like reading from somebody's ID to a computer.
Oh, well, there's your problem. Don't look at the keypad. You just type.
No, I was just typing.
You don't, your fingers have not memorized where the numbers are on the
No.
keypad?
No, I was typing what I was reading. I was not reading the correct number. Because somebody looked over my shoulder and was like, "Cat, no one's that old." I was like, "What do you mean?" It took me a second to realize, oh.
I'll say this. There's a lot of people I used to work with who have a lot of undiagnosed dyslexia. Because do you know how many patron accounts have been typed in wrong? I'm like, this whole family's last name is Blackfoot, as in you are from that tribe, yes? Okay, cool. And half of the same family, and I was there when they originally came in, all 6 of them, half of them, the same person typed in as Blackfoot, with or without the E, and half of them as Blackfeet, with or without the E. And I am like, so that was 4 different ways to spell it, 6 people, and they were mostly wrong.
Wow.
And then they got the year wrong on a couple of like, this is a very small child. They are definitely not 17. Like, girl, look over your work before you hit enter. That's what I do. I'm not fast, but I'm right.
Yeah, and, when I worked as a cashier at the bowling alley, no one ever complained with how slow I went because my drawer was always 100% correct, except for once when my manager used my drawer and somehow it was not perfect at the end of the night. And I'm like, that was not on me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm just saying, like, my accounting was right, but I do, like, type it in, and then I look over it and I match the teacher's seat before I move on to the next thing. It doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes, but I don't make half as many mistakes as neurotypical people because they're just sliding through, messing it up left to right, never checking their own work. It's like you can't, like, what, y'all can't conceive you've ever done it wrong? What? So I
Tom, like,
was always the
something?
one at the light. What?
Is Tom like whisking something?
Tom,
What?
they would like to know what you're doing.
I am mixing something into some tea.
He is making an experiment.
So I was right. I did hear whisking of some sort.
He is stirring something into a glass. So, like, I was always the one who was catching the spelling errors on the signs out front.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, do y'all not know how to look over your work before you close up shop?
I should probably get up and go feed the dogs, but I'm also very comfortable just sitting here.
Well, how about we do a little sprinty sprint?
Sure. I'm going to have to leave during the sprint, but to make sure I'm there for Brian and Tom and Charlie's stream.
All right, yeah. Good luck. Well, well, well. Just the two of us. We're the last ones standing. Yes, the two of us. You and
I looked at jobs.
I chatted with Tom. He told me about his adventures today.
How does food experiment go?
I don't know. I didn't go look. It's in the kitchen. Kind of concerned. Also, I want him to eat it first.
Fair.
But I will report next week. Because he's essentially making a sweet konjac, a sweet jello salad, like a warm jello salad. So konjac is this root, I think, in Japan and I think parts of China. And it's in traditional Chinese and Japanese cooking. It's just fiber. I'm going to tell you. It's fiber.
So I should not eat it.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty smooth as far as this goes.
Well,
it's not.
Like, does it have a lot of fiber?
It has this amazing gelling quality. Did you hear about, I don't know, 20 years ago? I am aware how old you are. 20 years ago, there was these import candies from Asia, these little, not bubble, but sort of bubble type things. And it was a choking hazard for young children. And so for a while they banned them in America and then they allowed them back. And it was like these chewy gels. Well, that's kind
I was raised on Three Musketeers, Tootsie Rolls, and Snickers. Oh, and Reese's.
Yeah, it's amazing that Mississippi is less insular than Michigan, but here we are. Probably because we got.
Also, I was born and raised in a super small town.
Yes. And also, where I live in South Mississippi, between the Port of New Orleans and the Port of Mobile, and Mobile is the bigger port. These are two major ports in the United States. So, I think at one point it was 95% of all bananas come in between these two ports.
Oh, dang.
It was a lot. But anyway, so it's this product that's used in traditional Japanese and Chinese cooking. And I was going to make a jello salad out of cranberries and pineapple because I had one packet left of strawberry jello that didn't have red 40. Jello several years ago was doing market testing of this product here locally. And we got some. And it was really good. And I have one packet left. I figured out which company was actually making it because I could still purchase it on Amazon, but it's not Jello brand. It's a different brand, but I think they're the actual manufacturer of it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Not cheap. And you have to buy a bunch at once. So it's $20 to get a set. So I was going to make a jello salad, a cranberry pineapple jello salad, and Tom was like, I can make it out with konjac. Like, fine, you're in charge of jello salad. You do what you want. Save me my last packet of jello anyway. So that is the experiment he's working on. We shall see what happens. I will report back next week. Also, one of the nice things I will say about konjac is it is not, you know how like if you're making jello salad, you can't use like say fresh pineapple, you have to use cooked pineapple because the enzymes will prevent the gelling of the jello. No, you had no idea, you never heard this. Okay. Yeah, you also can't use fresh citrus, you have to use cooked citrus. Like so canned mandarin oranges or pasteurized lemon juice because
I should
again,
warn you that I don't eat Jello salad.
and yet you're from Michigan.
Well, I ate the ambrosia type thingy, but that's it. Which is technically Jello salad.
Down here, the ambrosia does not have Jello in it.
Okay, so it's Jello packet, Cool Whip, cottage cheese, and pineapple.
So down here, the ambrosia is fruit cocktail, Cool Whip, toasted pecans, maybe cream cheese.
I also only recently started liking this, by the way.
Oh, there's usually coconut, shredded coconut, and sometimes pineapple.
I wonder if I can still eat it.
No, probably not. I don't make that anyway, so don't worry. Like, I'm not going to make that for you because I
No,
don't like
the thing I was talking about because I don't know how the pineapple.
You don't know how you'll do with the pineapple.
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, but I want it.
I know.
Though Thanksgiving is coming up, and I wonder if my stepsister is going to make it again. I'm tempted to message her, be like, "Hey, are you going to make that again? Because I want to know if I can eat it. Like, I don't want to make a whole bowl for myself. So I need somebody else to make it." Which sounds entirely selfish. But, you know.
I mean, couldn't you just like get a small can of like crushed pineapple and just eat a little and just see how you do?
I think I might. No, I don't think that has any pineapple on it. I have a bunch of fruit cocktail. But I don't think the one I have has pineapple on it. This is like the cups.
Yeah.
It might have pineapple on it, but it wouldn't be as coarse as.
Yeah.
It's far more processed than the pineapple I'd be
I'm
putting
just saying you could get one of those small cans.
True.
And you could just open the can and eat a little bit and then, wait a couple hours to see what happens.
Oh, sometimes I don't know until the next day. Because it has to work its way completely through my intestines before I know.
Mm-hmm.
Which sucks.
Yeah, you're telling me. Because it turns out I can't do any kind of legume.
I'm so sorry.
Yep. It causes both intestinal cramping as well as nosebleeds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Which is a bummer since soy protein is in a lot of stuff. Oh, well. Anyway, how about we end broadcast? Since nobody's here anyway. Bye, everybody. I'll be back Saturday doing Self-Care Saturday.
I'll probably be on my channel tomorrow.
There's that.
It'll be a fun interview. At 10 though. So.
Ads have started.
I applied to work there. On their website.
I'm going to end broadcast.
Oh.
And let Twitch be mad at me since I'm ending it during ads.
Yeah, I've done that several times.